Hello, and welcome to this week's episode of Beyond Armageddon. Before we begin, a few announcements. Firstly, there is a link below to check out Sabbat the Schism, a book written by one of our players and myself, Amalia. Sabbat the Schism is a fan-made addition to V5 that allows it to use Roads of Enlightenment, play as part of the Sabbat sect, and it also overhauls a few other aspects of the game that make it very, very fun. Even allows you to play as elder vampires with a few extra mechanics. So definitely check that out below. Secondly, we would like to thank RS Experiments, aka Mark, one of our previous players, for creating the song we use in the intro and in the pause screens. If you like those tracks, you can find his SoundCloud page linked below as well. We stream here on YouTube and Twitch, and we upload past episodes on YouTube. So if you like what you see, subscribe. We stream every week on Sunday at 7 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 10 a.m. Pacific, and 1 p.m. Eastern. And without further ado, let's get into tonight's episode. We join the pack in a strangely cold night in LA. Despite the end of winter and spring being ushered in slowly, days have been somewhat cold as of late. We join Iris, the asylum, as she awaits for her pack to arrive, according to her summons.
Well, yeah, so she would have probably awoken earlier than Jasper, given her pass rating. So she would have probably sent out first the invitation to gather at Asylum to deal with our guests. Later, when would Jasper had sent her the text after waking?
He would have sent the night before, probably almost near
Well,
midnight.
then actually, since Iris would have read it before, then she would actually first just ask Jasper to come in before everyone else.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then it doesn't take very long before you are notified of Jasper's arrival, and after riding in the elevator, he knocks at the door.
By the way, it would be the rest of the people would be instructed to come,
At a
about half an
specific
hour or
timing,
so.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Right then. So I'd like you to first fill me in. We have half an hour. So give me the details.
So, as I was, making sure nothing dangerous was left in Bogdan's domain, now that he is no longer among the
Mm-hmm.
mortal realm, I did come across this, and Jasper will very carefully, give you some papers on research on how to better go werewolves. And I happened to discover he had a little, well, one cat somewhere. I didn't tell you before because one, I imagine he would have the security to keep it very well tightly on a leash. And it wasn't a big problem. That is until I now found it, and humans have let it, have broken its leash.
What do you mean? What leash did it have?
The cage that was kept in, it has been broken, and he is now up and about through, well, the eastern side of LA, through the sewer tunnels where he has made a den for himself. It is currently littered with a lot of ashes and canine bones, from what my spirits have told me. My rakes, that is.
Okay. Well,
Now,
that.
I do have a proposition on how we could deal with it. We could, one, deal with it ourselves, or I happen to have stumbled upon the pack which this werewolf was from, and we could have a conversation with them and see if they wish to help us give him a fair passing and perhaps getting a better, relations with werewolves.
So wait. We've just dealt with the Black Spiral dancers. You want to go back to that one?
Oh, it's not the Black Spiral dancers.
Yeah, I know. Why do we need the others to deal with it anyway?
Well, for one, we don't know its capacity since it has been gold and we don't know exactly its ability.
Miguel, since I've had, the book of a book about werewolves, right?
Mm-hmm.
And given like my exposure to werewolves, and that they consider vampires worm-stained and whatnot, I assume that a gold werewolf would be considered the same.
It would be essentially a target for extermination. Yeah. It would either be considered already dead and they kill whatever has taken over, or it would be, if it's salvageable, it has to be before the addiction takes, which after this long, probably not the case. So it depends what the reaction of that tribe is. That might tell you what the state of things are right now.
I am thinking that perhaps what would be more useful is maybe have the Black Spiral dancers take him in.
Are you sure that we want to?
Well, Look,
addicted to Vitae werewolf around?
well, first of all, we don't even know how. Do we know that werewolves get addicted to Vitae?
Oh, that one definitely has, from the description I got. It doesn't seem to be in its right mind.
Then what is it doing with its...
Wait, you're not
Wait,
here yet.
I'm not here yet. Yeah, I just realized. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I mean, if Iris would be
Listen,
okay.
Jasper, my concern is that we've met with the Black Spiral Dancers, right? After their guardian tree spirit or whatever it is, specifically deigned to interact with me and said that it wishes those Black Spiral Dancers to be eliminated, right?
Yes.
The werewolf pack, who, for whatever reason, considers the pact that I have with Steliavelis. Iris pauses for a second. She's like, she considers, the recent advancement of the, like her pact with Steliavelis, and it's like, also, if you remember recently, I have reached a different state of blessing from the Death God in order to aid us in our battle in Enoch.
Yeah.
So if previously they thought me to be, someone whose battles they would be willing to participate in, then perhaps now they would be even more willing to, aid us with the wolf. Mind you, that same blessing, although Televelis is also the god of forests, nonetheless, I would not like to make additional enemies if those... We don't know what the trees got, what their guardian spirits and what their patrons, what kind of information it can give them about us, about our past experience. We don't know whether, just communicating with those wolves, leaves some sort of spiritual smell, right? We don't know a lot about how werewolves work. So either we deal with it ourselves, and later, after dealing with our first priority things, and that is our captured scientist, I can see whether that werewolf is, marked. Or I can actually just, we can go on top of these spiral dancers. But given the fact that they themselves are quite familiar with madness and werewolf biology, perhaps there's a way. Either way, those werewolves are perfectly fine with me, with avoiding Sabbat domains, so we can first talk with them.
If you say so.
And then we'll see, all right?
All right.
We are so close to we're very close to launching an attack on Enoch. We really don't need to upset or tip off the werewolves in any, like the other ones, like to have them harassing us.
I think it'd be at this point
Now then.
that Iris would get notified by the security up front.
Well, Iris would know that they've arrived even before. Asylum hosts a lot of different plans that nowadays.
So would they be allowed in?
Oh, the security guards would be already knows that they need to come in. And given the flowers and all kinds of plant life, or even just rock decorations that Iris has in places of observation, she would know when to open the door. So at some point in the conversation, Iris stops and the door creaks open, and behind it stand the rest of I guess if they arrive at the same time.
I did not get any messages that any of them would be late, so I would assume so. So, yeah, the door
Right then.
creaks open, and the rest of the pack is on the other side.
Right then. So, I'd like, again, to commend everybody for our very efficient and successful, as well as enlightening operation. She does, Jack probably hasn't managed to heal up everything yet, or has he?
That all was fucking lethal, so yeah, I managed.
Okay. Of course, it's unfortunate that Jack got hurt, but there was a reason why I did try to very heavily implant the information that you are to be careful that we don't really know what type of abilities they have. Now,
We do.
well, no, we don't yet. I have spent some time in the last nights keeping separating the targets, and also, as well as, I haven't yet interrogated the mortals, but I have rather communicated with devices that they wear. And Iris turns to the table where she has a little speaker on the table, and she looks directly at Gabriel and says, now, Aiden, now, Gabriel, I would like that Persephone also be able to participate in the conversation about how we proceed further. Additionally, so they can connect to this speaker to, speak out loud with us.
I understand. I believe Persephone does too.
The speaker does crackle a little, but no words are said.
Now then, so our captured scientists all had self-destruct devices implanted within them, and some of the tech I found on the second target, the female target, well, our primary one, was quite advanced. Now, I have plans for her, and after interrogation, and I am capable of convincing the spirits to look away, but currently both of them are within a Faraday cage, and there was something interesting that I realized when I communicated with the spirits. Essentially, as freshly awoken devices of the spirits informed me when I gave them my vitae as a, as an hospitality, so to say, gift, is that apparently Persephone, at least the one that Alzai has, was giving them, was also providing them that type of power. Now, the spirits, when they take vampire bites as offering, it's not consuming like we drink blood. It's transformation of that into energy. And there was also another thing that the spirits described the Persephone as. I suppose it would be that thing. I suppose perhaps Persephone would have a better understanding of that concept of how they described this thing to be. Because I received it as a string of images when I tried to decode it. Perhaps I could transfer that visual to Gabriel.
All right.
I'm gonna just do telepathy to do that. You know, that visual of like multiple, what was it? You know, the many connected Smith or something? Iris would still remember. I don't.
Yeah, the situation you witnessed. How much are you sharing?
No. I'm sharing specifically, basically, that when they tried to communicate that concept, right? Which I couldn't put into words. What I understood from it and that visual line. You know?
Okay, well, the image that is transmitted, it's somewhat nebulous. It's not as much of an image as a flawed, nebulous concept. You would know that Iris doesn't necessarily physically speak with a spirit as much as communicates in their language.
This is from my eyes
words,
of...
right?
Yeah, but this is also the vision from the eyes of Gaius.
I'm getting there.
Yeah, okay.
So, Iris does not physically speak with the spirits as much as she speaks in their language, which is simply more of a mental connection, much like sharing thoughts with the use of your
Telepathy?
Yeah, your telepathic abilities. And it's almost like this concept she was told. It doesn't make sense. It's like hearing a word and not understanding even what the word sounds like. And when Iris looks for an answer using her dementation, pulling as concrete of an image as she can pull, what she gets is almost as if the term refers to something that is common between multiple entities, supernatural entities, something that's used differently by supernatural entities, something that drives those supernatural entities, but not necessarily something that those entities might even be aware of. It is nebulous.
And,
it was also very nebulous when Iris learned of this.
Yeah,
so.
and also I believe that was talking about the method that how Persephone, like influences, right? Controls.
It was more talking about the nature of it, but you also learned that Persephone uses this as essentially a chain around those machines.
Yeah, and also the fact that, like the whole... That when the spirits consume the Vitae, they recognize it to be the same thing that Persephone uses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
And building blocks, essentially. So building potential for existence, potential for creation, I guess, or existence. But that is obviously, like, here's the thing. Gabriel could, also try to decode it because Iris doesn't have abstract thought, but mainly.
Yeah, I
that
was
doesn't
just gonna ask to
anything.
use abstract thought to like make sense of all this.
But essentially, after Iris transfers it, right then, I assume Persephone would know, or at least have a bit better knowledge.
The speaker crackles and the voice comes through. I'm not sure what they're talking about. Question before I ask this. Iris, have you only shared this this image with Gabriel, or did you share it with the others? Oh.
I suppose while I wait for their input, I could share it to others too.
Okay. In that case, anyone who wants to try and figure out what this is can make an intelligence. I'll give some choices: intelligence and occult, intelligence and technology. If you want to check if it's something more mechanical that might relate to people, intelligence medicine. If you want to check the other angle to that. So one of those three will do. And Gabriel, abstract thought in this case, I don't think it could apply more. So.
What about improvised solutions? Because I am improvising everything at this moment.
Analytical would apply to this question?
Improvised solutions, I don't know. Analytical. It might give you something, but if I allow that specialty, it will curate what kind of answer you get.
I'ma just go into cult.
And I'm going with technology.
What the fuck?
Into cult as well.
My god.
Okay. Abel, are you rolling anything, or would you let your pack handle this one?
I believe he's not at the computer right now.
Yeah, that's fair. So.
I rolled. I rolled.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good roll.
Occult, technology, medicine, which one?
I rolled into cult.
Okay, so for those of you who rolled int occult, let's see. Okay, so did you apply analytical, Jasper?
No.
Okay, in that case,
I didn't either.
you didn't need to. With
But
that roll.
I can roll one more die if you need.
No, it's okay. It's if you want to, like, I think it would give you less information if you applied it now. So starting with Jasper, the description, the amount of information you get, it doesn't give you anything super concrete, but you can at least theorize a few scenarios where this could apply. If the blood is involved somehow, it might have something to do with the supernatural aspect of the blood. And somehow these machines are bound by that supernatural aspect. You wouldn't know how, really. Next, Jack, you would understand that part. You would also theorize that it might have something to do with not just the blood itself or its supernatural effects. It might have to do with what allows you to even call upon that supernatural aspect of the blood. What allows you to have potence or celerity or fortitude or tenebration, the thing you call to quote-unquote power those abilities, it might be the same thing that those spirits are drawing from. I will handle Abel last because, dear God, Gabriel, you are rolling from the perspective of someone who's looking at the technology. Now,
Indeed.
from a purely technological viewpoint, there is very, very little this could be referring to. But if there is something supernatural that's powering these machines, making them behave how they behave, it might explain why Alzai, or at least Persephone, was capable of fueling this level of technology, this level of efficiency, and these feats that these machines are capable of, without the rest of humanity having the same capabilities or knowing how to achieve the same thing. That's about as much as you'd get with that roll. Now for Abel, because Abel just broke the scale on this.
Overachiever.
3 10s will do that. So Abel, you get everything that the others get, only it clicks in your head. Maybe it's because of your experience with the demonic, maybe it's because of your past as an academic. Maybe the thing these machines are referring to isn't necessarily the physical aspect of the blood. It's not necessarily the power that the blood gives you. Maybe it's something a bit more meta, so to speak. Something that might even fuel demons, mages, werewolves to achieve the things they achieve. You don't know what to call it, but if Persephone achieves what it achieves at the scale that Owl's Eye has achieved, it has to be something bigger than just the power in the blood. And that would be the result that all of you get.
All right. I would probably explain this to the others, saying that there's a lot more at stake here. It's probably drawing power on a much larger scale than we can think about.
So it's bigger than we can quantify.
No, I think what Abel is trying to say is that remember that conclusion that I also drew, that it's like building blocks, right? Building blocks of the world, right? That's what it could, have a connection with. Because think about it, when I gave it the spirits my vitae, mind you, this was the first time the spirits, had like a sort of like awakening their own will. They recognized it as, I guess, a medium, a way that, again, Persephone exudes influence over them, right? And they were worried that essentially my offering of blood, like that energy, would come with the same change that they get from when interacting with Persephone. And we know that Persephone in the Owl's Eye had a fragment of, I guess, what is it? And she turns to Gabriel, but Does the owl's eye Persephone have a fragment of your soul, or what?
The speaker crackles again. Says, well, after collecting the device we found when we went there, if I had to Erise, at the risk of sounding like I'm having an existential crisis, I think what they have is the original, not the copy, aka me.
So you're a copy, or what?
I think it's possible. These things are hard to put into terms you lot can understand without consequences.
They duplicated the code.
There you go. That'll suffice. Yeah.
Okay. Well, do they still have that piece?
They do.
Or, but you retrieved something. What was it? I thought it was a piece or something.
Well, we did retrieve a device. We have to study it to know what it is.
All right then. Well, I thought that perhaps either way, I am planning. At least I haven't gotten yet from higher ups. There is any ban or indication of a ban on my idea with Margot and the devices she has on her. I have a plan I have a plan on an experiment. But essentially, I think, given the fact that the devices on the captured male scientist, are less invasive. Essentially, I've removed all the internal explosives and whatnot, and so from what I could tell, now I'm gonna open my notes. From where I have those. Each of them had a cognitive device within their head. And those devices were meant to ensure that no sensitive data could be relayed by them. I have isolated Tatum's cognitive device so that it cannot influence anymore, nor scramble his brain. The female scientist had a bracelet that would allow to manipulate technology, as well as an ocular enhancement, and something that was called codename Mimic. Now, all I know is that it can control her body movements to an extent, and even speak. I suppose it's something, from what I understood, it's there to take over when she can't, as well as, well, I don't know. While Tatum had, yes, a medical bracelet and the cognitive device. Both of them had multiple explosives in themselves, and which I removed. So, I'd like also another thing which the spirit said is that, well, Persephone essentially has is a recognized, I guess, admin user in a sense. So I'd like us first to go to Tatum, since he has no devices on him that would,
Fine. Let's do it now.
Let's see what Persephone's range can be, because I'm interested whether this one can override procedures. Maybe see what kind of connection these devices have. And then we'll see what I'll do with Margot. Right then?
All right then.
Sounds like a plan.
Let's get on with it.
All right. So, am I to assume that all of you are making your way to the address where Iris has contained these people?
Yeah.
Well, Tatum would be in a separate room. I had to separate them because once I've convinced the tech spirits and Margot that they have a reason to collaborate with me and perhaps break free from whatever Alzak Persephone is doing, they wish to exterminate Tatum as a risk, since those devices did not create some form of symbiosis. Well, they're spirits, so but those devices can no longer harm him, so we can question him and find out everything about Margot, their internal. Also, as far as I know, his devices were meant to keep him captured, and I found also signs of torture in him. Well then, after you.
All right.
Gabriel's ready to get on with it.
All right. Well, making your way to the address, what does the building itself look like, Iris?
I mean, this would be like some industrial area, probably like some factory or like something like that, where one of the bottom floors would have been, reconstructed and secured.
Yeah. So
with a hidden entrance.
You essentially, you park your vehicles in spaces that currently are empty, but you would assume are going to be filled in the morning by the workers. You make your way inside and down the few levels that it takes to reach the jail cells where the captives are kept.
Faraday cages.
Sure.
Not mutually exclusive.
And approaching one of them, Iris unlocks it, and stepping inside, you are met with the same scientist that Gabriel, you saw in the van. Only he looks somewhat thinner, a bit disheveled. He doesn't smell great at
Dinner.
this point.
He was fed. He
was
was
fed.
fed well.
He was fed, doesn't mean he kept it down. And he's essentially standing in the corner as far away from a lot of you as possible, looking terrified with his eyes darting around the room to see if he can find a way to get out of here.
Iris basically sighs and just says, I really don't know why Yesra panicked. You've clearly been tortured, not treated well. And mind you, the other fellow we captured, well, the devices that were put into her were certainly far more ready to, well, capable of communicating and taking over her body until I question her. So you're off quite better if you're actually eating food. And mind you, even the cognitive devices could have scrambled your brain. It can no longer do that. So, I don't know.
Gabriel kind of tilts his head to the side and watches him like he's studying a lab rat.
Gabriel, perception and empathy, please.
Okay. Emotions applies, yeah?
Both your specialties apply.
Yay!
All right. You can tell this man isn't just. He's not just terrified. For lack of a better word, he's one of the reasons he's looking like he is. He's essentially in fight or flight mode at this point. He's looking for, like, he froze in place, and he's looking for the next opportunity to run out. He is most likely not paying a lot of attention to what's being said to him as much as he is paying attention to what he can do not to be perceived as deserving of punishment, though it's hard to tell simply by watching his body language what exactly he's expecting to avoid, or what he wants to avoid. At least the specifics of it.
Well, I am thinking about doing a presence thing.
By all means.
I have to pull it up in the book. I'm slow.
Okay. While Gabriel looks for that, Jack, Abel, and Jasper, anything the three of you would like to do?
I have an idea, but lads, by all fucking means, not all at the same time.
I guess Jesper, for the time being, will just use telepathy on him to see what he's thinking.
All right.
What he's trying to avoid.
I don't think he'd be in the correct mindset to resist or might even understand what telepathy is necessarily, so I'll just grant you that you basically can hear his immediate thoughts. with ease. And you essentially get these images of what he doesn't want, what he wants to avoid at all costs. And the images are of an experience he had strapped down to a table with a bunch of people in lab coats looking down at him and cutting into him for one reason or another. Obviously, the only thing on his mind right now is past trauma and how to not go through that again. Abel?
Alright, well, I know what I'm doing.
Okay, by all means.
Gabriel is gonna put on his charming smile and easygoing gait as he smiles at the man and says, hey, it's okay, calm down. And he's gonna hit it. When the guy looks at him, he's gonna hit him with presence.
Okay, which power?
Or with entrancement, I meant to say.
Okay, you may roll for it.
And that is... Do emotions count for this specialty?
I'll allow it.
Okay.
Alright, I
And
believe
the difficulty
that
is his
success.
current willpower.
Not a hard difficulty to beat. He, like, his eyes almost snap to you, and it's not like he calmed down necessarily, but you see that his focus is more drawn to you right now. And Jasper, since you are still telepathically connected to the guy, you can tell he's considering if he might have a chance at being saved by Gabriel. He's slowly starting to convince himself that maybe Gabriel is not with the rest of you. He just managed to, fool you guys into thinking that he's your ally.
Boring. I'm gonna do the whimsy and steal his mind.
Oh, fuck's sake.
No.
It's the name of the discipline. He keeps it. I just I can look at all of it at the same time.
Okay, let me read the specifics.
Perception
'cause-
subterfuge equal to his willpower. I just have access to all of his memories and thoughts. Not the biggie, okay?
What's the name of the power?
Steal the mind.
Steal the mind. Okay.
Yes, Mr. 06.
Okay. Roll.
Careful applies.
No, not in this case. You are
Okay.
trying to steal his fucking brain.
Beleza. He's not getting harmed by it.
All right. Ask questions, and I'll basically answer them to the best of my abilities within the time frame that affects.
Well, I presume I have at least a success. And a success gives me... Let me tell you.
One success would give you 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So, ask away.
Yeah. You all want to have questions asked from him? Because he's not answering.
He will answer.
I'm quite literally in his head, so yeah.
Right then. What is your name?
So,
Hey, dude.
You know what? You know what? I'ma just block the memory of him getting tortured, so he just is the fucking. It's gonna be so much easier.
I could just like calm him down.
Yeah. Permanently.
Yes. No, not permanently.
So, just to clear it up, Jack, blocking that memory out, he'll still be panicked. He just won't know why.
Okay.
Gabriel, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I'm gonna start trying to calm him down.
Okay.
Hey, dude. So, what do you want to do after this? Surely we'll be okay, yeah?
He
I
looks.
just roll.
I
I
hold up.
cannot help but fucking roll her eyes at this.
Well, he looks to you a bit confused. His eyes dart to the others. Here and there, and then he just says, I just want to go home.
Well, if we can get you to answer a few questions, we can see about doing that. What do you think?
Let me roll something.
And should I also roll subterfuge? Because I'm pretty sure we're killing him after this. Or killing him.
I would
take this
usually make you roll
questioning
for it. I would usually make you roll for it, but in this case, he's entranced and not in the right mind to read body language. So, okay, so you say that, and he does seem to ponder your words for a moment, and then he just stutters. Tatum. My name's Tatum.
It's nice to meet you, Tatum. I'm Gabe. I smile, that nice smile, reach out to shake his hand. Give him a little bit of normalcy to calm him the fuck down.
Are you guys with them?
Depends on who them is.
Is she thinking of Owl's Eye?
Well, Jasper, you are connected to his brain. Jack, you're reading his memories. Both of you can tell that Owl's Eye is on his mind, but there's a second entity. Something he saw. A very faint hint that things might not be right with his workplace. But the moment he tries to focus on that, it's a blur. He remembers nothing about it. Yeah, he asks if you're with them.
Well, I don't really know who them is. I'm kind of just with myself and these folks right here, right now.
I guess I'm not really in the position to ask questions.
I mean, we're not Black Hand if you're talking about that. We're not
Is that what they're called?
I glance between Jack and Iris, like, expecting an answer.
Right, and I'm just gonna hit him with like passion to calm him down.
All right.
I mean, he's pretty calm right now, actually, right?
He's getting a little more chill.
Can you guys stop interrupting? It's like we're trying to like play and like first I'm gonna do quickly perception empathy on him, just like to see what his main energy right now. Well, or actually, I'm just gonna roll perception empathy to see what he's like.
I mean, your allies already succeeded at that, so I can just tell you he's terrified.
Right. Yeah. So I'm gonna basically take that down. So.
Okay. Roll for it. What are you going to say?
I'm just gonna I'm just going to tell him there's no need to panic.
Miguel, here is a reminder.
Alexa, stop. Listen.
Yep.
And
So
3, 4, 5, 6.
so again,
Yeah, that's. I suppose he's like for 1 month he's come.
okay. So he seems to hear your words, and Jack and Jasper, immediately things become a bit clearer in his mind. And all of a sudden he just says, I was asking if you guys were with the higher ups at the
Alzheimer's?
Merc company, yeah.
No,
No, we're not. Now, here's the thing.
we're not friends of theirs at all, actually.
Actually, that company, at the very least, I know damn well that Margot, what's our target, is specifically knowledgeable about our lot.
You can't.
Do you know the?
Don't trust her. All right. Don't trust Margot.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. No. My question is, are you aware of these special type of targets that Alzai was hunting?
Not really.
Targets with, well, human-looking targets that have strange abilities.
I don't think they're hunting them. I think they're. Let's just say their motives are not on the up and up.
Oh, that's actually surprising. From what I've previously observed, a lot of them are, including those more like, and Iris does the air quotes of higher ups, and of their other organization, are very, very brainwashed. Tell me,
Surprise me.
what kind of propaganda does Alzai feed their employees?
I mean, it's about what you'd expect. Will I be allowed to go home at some point?
Well, there is definitely a way for you to continue living. Now, mind you, if you go home, if we just let you go home, and you don't, join our counter force organization to those guys and their higher ups, again, air quotes.
I don't want to
I
be
am
involved
fairly
with any of this shit, okay?
Yeah, but you won't live. You realize that. They will kill you.
And your family.
Your dog.
Mind you, I've already removed explosive devices in your body. And I have isolated the cognitive device in your brain from being unable to scramble it with electricity or something,
The what?
in case it does. You've had multiple devices implanted in your body, which were capable of, which were controlled, which could have been triggered by the cognitive device inside of your brain. The cognitive device was meant to ensure that you spill no secrets, and the distraction devices, one was in that bracelet of yours, or rather planted in your hand and connected to it, blast radius of 20 meters, was meant to be triggered if you were to die, so that devices would be destroyed. Currently, and Iris shares around, you are in a Faraday cage.
Why, though? If you removed everything.
Well, because... No, I haven't removed, actually, the cognition device. I'm not so much a brain surgeon. Your bracelet can still be removed. It cannot be triggered anymore. The cognitive device, I suppose. Oh, also, actually, I just realized Jasper is with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, he's listening into his mind. He is watching this
I
guy.
know, but Jasper, how do you look right now?
He's currently keeping a neutral face, mostly watching. But
Your physical appearance.
I would think he did not really hide it, apart from the usual things that he carries.
Yeah, and that's the point where Iris like gestures
But it's
to
up
Jasper.
to Jasper. Jasper has to say it. Not
I
gonna
mean,
say things
he
for
is
this guy.
currently in his normal non-blood form, so he has 4 arms,
Yep.
triple tails, and there's a slight glow to
Yes,
him.
that's what I assume Tatum hasn't yet had the chance to pay attention to Jasper yet. But when Iris speaks that Jasper is a resident brain surgeon, air quotes again, she probably like waves her hand, gesturing at Jasper.
So, I'm guessing you're the things Alzai is trying to collect.
Things. That's what they call us.
And 4 of you are clearly not people.
You know, when one of
I mean, some of us are monsters. Some
Well-
more outwardly than others, I say with a glance to Jasper.
well, it's so do you call the higher ups things as well? Do you call Kian a thing?
No, but he's definitely collecting them.
Well, Kian and those same higher ups, unless they also have some of those mages involved, which I assume they do. Either way, I am perfect. Here's the thing. I am fairly certain that a lot of your higher ups, and I know for sure Kian, are the same things.
Look, I don't want to deal with any of this, okay? And when he
Yeah,
says
I am.
that, his attention then turns to Gabriel, and he continues, I don't want to deal with any of this. Look, all I want to do is to get out of here and forget everything that happened. I'll move to Europe and get a new name or whatever. I just
Okay.
don't want to
at this
deal
moment
with any of this. Jasper?
But Jasper at this moment would give a small laughter as he looks towards him. You really think you can escape? Tell you what, from what we know, you're already being searched for all over the city, if not the state. The moment your pretty little face shows up in a camera, you'll either be killed by some random outside employee, or you will be captured and retortured to get information to what you spoke to us about. Both of which
Then
I
what the
think
hell
are
is my
not in your
alternative
best.
then?
Tell
Well-
us what we need to know, and we take care of
Gabriel?
the problem.
Gabriel?
And then they won't be
Gabriel?
a problem for you.
Now, I think. Let me tell you a little story about the things you hunt. Now, in the colloquial terms, we are known as vampires, right? And those same higher ups that are, including Kian and his parent organization, are also vampires. Only they're vampires who wish to usher in the end of the world. Now, since you're a human, obviously, vampires feed on mortal blood, just like in the stories, right? So for you lot, we are like lions to antelopes, but we have existed among humankind for as long as time can be counted. And
I didn't
as you can see,
I didn't do
let me
any
finish.
of this shit
Let me finish.
to deal with end of the world scenarios. I studied to be a fucking doctor. I'm a combat medic at best, okay? I just want to forget all of this. Let the world end if it wants to end.
Yes.
I don't care.
I guess that you don't care. Let me finish the story. So, as you can see from the modern population of the Earth, clearly, our lot, come on, Malkus, does not, make you extinct in any way, or for your biological propagation, nor is it actually beneficial to us, since then, we're gonna die of hunger too. Now, here's a little thing. First of all, you already know about those things, and pretty much every vampiric political party, political group, I would say so, has very strict rules on regular humans knowing about our kind, including us, which is either
What is the point of all of this?
Well,
None of this has anything to do with me.
Well, here's
Look,
the
just
thing.
ask your questions. I'll tell you what you want to hear. And then either kill me or let me go. Okay?
Well, there's also, potentially, there is a way for you to continue living. But I guess we'll deal with that a bit later. Either way, Jasper also used to be a doctor. Well, he still technically is.
I'm sure you people think you are. Right,
Well,
he then turns to Gabriel again and says, just ask your questions.
I look to Gabriel and I'm like, can you deactivate it?
Out of character, unfortunately, presence is not something you can deactivate. Power has been cast. It's gonna stay there for a while.
Unfortunately, Iris, I didn't use awe because it would have attracted all of your attention. I used entrancement, and that cannot be just turned off.
Anyway, right. And while Tatum was staying there, Iris would have basically, gotten someone to bring in, bed, table, some reading material, right? So that she doesn't go mad. So there'd probably be a chair, so she would sit down. Right then. So first of all, Alzai has what is exactly the type of legend, myth that Alzai tells to their employees about us.
So
I know
Jack
that.
and Jasper, you're still connected to the guy's mind. The moment he tries to think about it, it's like everything's fuzzy. He can remember snippets, but not a whole picture. And it's almost like his brain is constructing a description from these snippets without like essentially filling in the blanks with whatever logic he still has, right? And he says, well, all I know is you lot are some kind of thing that gets in a human and just wants to use that body to destroy or corrupt. At least that's what they say. I've seen enough to know that you lot are selfish enough to be quiet.
Can I try
Well-
to unscramble his memories about the propaganda?
I'm gonna. Could I see? Never mind.
Well,
Sorry.
Jack, I won't have you roll for it, but I'm assuming you're using Dominate to do it, or
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
The moment you try to do that, it's not like you can remove those memories and put something in. Well, the blurry memories and put something in.
Yeah.
They haven't been scrambled supernaturally.
So he just forgetful.
Or he was made to be.
Yeah. He doesn't really remember much.
Was that all you wanted to know? The propaganda piece?
He has been lobotomized, you say. Jasper looks to Jack.
My guess? Or have you been always forgetful?
I'm not forgetful.
Then probably, yeah.
Why are you all looking at me like I'm a fucking test subject?
Because you kinda been one.
You've been one, but you're not ours. We're trying to help you.
I could try to unlobotomize him.
Iris, I believe something. Like we
Shit
can't
is
hear you.
muted.
Jasper looks to Iris as he
Well, that will take time, wouldn't it? Even with my abilities, off remote. Mind you, I'm not that experienced in the brains. But if you need, I can teach you. If you don't have that, I can teach you the ability to do it later. But then Iris sighs, right then. And she establishes actually a telepathic link with Gabriel quickly. So that she's
Okay.
able to communicate with Persephone. And she says, right, Persephone, I am going to tap into the spirits of the, on him, right? Perhaps they'll need some of my Vitae to restore energy, which I can offer. And what I need you to do is essentially see if you can understand what type of, influence the other Persephone had, and whether you can even change their procedures, because and Iris basically relates to Persephone, like the whole idea that
the response you hear is, well, if you'd like, I can try something. Gabriel,
Please do. Yeah.
would you mind if I asked you to just get within arm's length of him and just look really intensely at him? I don't know if he's gonna find this weird, but I only need like a second.
I'll do that. I'll gradually walk up to the man and make intense eye contact. Which he keeps staring at me anyway. It's easy.
He first finds it a bit weird, but the moment you start making really intense eye contact, he sort of like looks at you and gets a bit lost. You're not sure if it's the entrancement or whatever Persephone's doing. And then all of you hear sort of a muffled mix between a click and a scritch noise. And Tatum flinches, reaches to the back of his head and says, "Ah, what the hell?"
Persephone, what did you do?
Persephone says, "Well, you were having trouble getting information out of him. I figured out why and told
Fixed it?
the devices to stop."
Is his memory looking any better?
Everything that was foggy is now not foggy.
I see. So technical about me.
But Miguel,
Fine, then.
Miguel, last time though, Iris moved that, isolated that thing.
She did. She did not
Yeah.
remove the things that were already in place. She just removed the device. Like, she isolated that specific device, not the effects the device had.
Aha, I see. Okay, got it. While the connection is still active with Persephone,
Sorry, just
I'm
one
going
last
to...
thing. One last thing. Persephone then says, "Look, that wasn't easy to do necessarily, and I didn't mean to do this, but you might have to go feed very soon. I would advise it, actually."
He's telling me to go feed?
Yes.
I just- Like a mental nod, basically, an acknowledgement.
Iris still has a telepathic connection, and she'll address Persephone and say, "Look, I am planning to run like an experiment with Marga. After questioning her, mind you, I can nullify all of that without such expensive cost as you did, right? The effects, and but can you tell me what is the means how Persephone controls those devices? Is it possible to break that connection?"
While you guys are talking, Gabriel is going to depart and go find food.
Well then, basically, as Gabriel's leaving, Persephone
Miguel.
just says real quick, "Well, not something I can break, and not an easy thing to explain. I'll tell you later. Yeah. You don't want
Okay.
Gabriel to frenzy."
Okay. Right then, Mr. Tatum. I assume your memories are now clear. It seems when I isolated the cognition device in your head, I didn't actually ask it first to reverse whatever effects it had on you.
No, you didn't. So you do have a
Hindsight
history of being
2020.
reckless.
Oh, you know me now.
Iris Hamling, first contact in London.
Right. Now, Mr. Tatum. I call you just Tatum. Now that your memories are back all together, there are two things. There are several things that I am going to inform you that could be your future, could influence your choices for the future, and what you choose to do. Now, as I previously mentioned to you, the Vampiric Society does have rules about mortals in the know for us. And even if we were to decide to break the rules and let you go, well, Alza is certain to kill you,
I expect to
Even if
die
we remove whatever
regardless.
information. Well, who knows? Maybe. Here's the thing.
Is
I'll
that what
die
you said to our last agents, or some of the bikers
No,
you
we
met
never.
back in the UK, or some of the people that tried to deal peacefully with you? Because as far as your files go, most of them are dead. You don't have a history of letting people leave.
But I do have a history of letting people who have been victimized by my enemies join our side. Mind you, I am certainly planning more on. I'm certainly personally more interested in Margot and my personal road of experiment. But perhaps Jasper here, since. Or Jack would be willing in. How to say? Becoming your point of contact. In our terms. You are already. Did you know that you're already a ghoul?
I was
Oh,
aware, and when I figured that out, well, started trying to revert the process. Not a thing I could achieve by myself, but I think something else happened.
Well, Margot is not a ghoul, so is it only some of you are ghouled?
Oh no. Jack, not only is he lying, you know for a fact that most people who work in Elzai are essentially, to some extent, under the influence of Vitae. And Jasper, you learn the same thing, and you know he's lying on purpose.
Jasper kind of gives an Iris a look, assuming like it's a lie.
Well. If you have such extensive file on me, then you should also know that I am more than capable of A, making it so that you would ever consider lying to me. That's one. B, choosing to also add insult to injury, but mind you, I do run a hacking ship and I have a lot of time. But then again, if you do have such an extensive file, I must commend you for your bravery. Although, on the other hand, it might have something to do with the fact that I made you unable to feel fear, give or take for the next month.
Not surprising. The few survivors in the UK that had direct interaction with you, they're all basically nut houses.
Well...
So is it personally targeted against Iris?
It's all run by Kian.
Come on, it's a black hand. It's a black hand, and we've been one of the few who've managed to survive their attacks and attempts of our lives
There are files
for
on
such
all
a
of
long
you.
time.
There are files on all of you.
Of course.
However, Iris is the only one who actually has a confirmed name and origin, and a history. So, if I had to point at any of you as the most unknown aspect, I guess it'd have to be the ugly one.
Oh, that's offensive.
Right, from Tatum. So, unless you wish to be exposed to my more convincing techniques, which, yes, do have a side effect if I use it too much, it could go nuts.
Whatever
I'd advise
you might do, they did worse.
And Iris just like sighs. And is it possible for Iris also to establish a telepathic link with him?
I mean, you could try, yeah.
Well, she would basically just like establish the link and just briefly in his mind say, trust me, whatever they did, if I choose to take on this challenge, I could make it very creative and make you wish that you've never decided to be this cheeky. And she's going to basically flush his mind with a bunch of like, those, all the features of humanity and changes.
Huh.
And she's basically just gonna do like a bunch of those flashes. And after that, she's gonna say, but lucky for you, senseless torture is not an ethic. Actually, she pauses. Actually, scratch that. Technically, it won't. It's not something I am obliged to follow, but I still do. Now, end this dick measuring contest.
It's not a dick measuring contest. You're trying to threaten a lot of things to get information about someone who, despite his best efforts and despite his undoubtedly good intentions, has done some terrifying things and has put under his hire.
Is he
Who is
talking
he
about
talking about?
Kian?
Presumably, yeah. For the two people who are, actually, the three of you are connected to his brain. Yeah, he's talking about Kian.
Yes, where they dissected the motherfucker.
Basically, like, you can tell his perception of Kian is mired in this, like, he's doing mental acrobatics to justify why Kian is doing what he's doing. And he says, despite his best intentions, the people he placed under him, and the people working for those people, and all the way down to every single fucking janitor in that building, is capable of doing some really, really horrible things. And I've been subjected
Perfectly
to most
aware.
of it.
Oh, dear Tatum, we are perfectly aware of their ability to do that. And I will say, mind you, Iris is speaking out loud at this point, right? Mind you, but since the telepathic link is still open, mind you, Kian himself is a high-ranked member of a very secretive empiric organization that we're planning to dismantle, not because they're opponents, but simply because they wish to bring about the end of the world. And essentially, they wish to trigger a vampiric apocalypse by awakening ancient monsters, forcing them to awaken, to devour us. But mind you, the humanity will be devoured as well. And sadly, I really don't wish for humanity, and of course survivors of that global massacre of blood gods awakening and devouring everything in their line of sight. I don't wish for the civilization to be pushed back into fucking times of ancient Egypt. In my interest is that humanity eventually travels to the stars and I'm still around to also venture out and explore alien life forms and whatnot. And that is the truth behind your organization. The reasons we are on file, we are targeted, is because we are enemies of the Black Hand. let's say, the parent entity. The one who wishes to usher in the very horrible end of the world. And
So
Kian,
basically, we are the enemies of Vampirical Qaeda.
yes, if you
Just to
essentially.
simplify it like that.
And from what I've previously observed and what a defector from the same organization brought to us, essentially, most of your targets are those who've managed to avoid being assassinated by their group, survive. You're not hunting the actual monsters. You're not hunting the big money vampire guys who control stocks and even influence politics. No, you're hunting those who wish to root out that fucking plague. That's who they're hunting. And Kian is part of that same vampirical Qaeda. So I don't know I don't know what kind of lies he fed you when he said good intentions. Well, good intentions for their group, not for the rest of the world. Because the type of disaster they wish to bring forth will certainly wipe out most of humanity, along with most of their vampire enemies. It just they assume that serving those blood gods and awakening them will allow them to live through the apocalypse and serve those dark masters. That is the type of person Kian is.
Oh.
In his words, and I quote, after he killed my lover, is that, Iris, you should join us. Because this is the winning side.
Well, at the very least, your file was correct about your insanity. Any other delusions you want to share?
Iris looks at him. I knew that he was bloodbound, right?
Mm-hmm. And you've also made him immune to fear. Really hard to intimidate someone who's in this state.
I'm not intimidating. I'm just thinking, because if this type of admiration is influenced by the blood bond, which makes him, not want to, look at the other facts and right? Well, at least Iris currently doesn't know any way to break blood bonds.
I mean, you know one, but it doesn't
Also,
work on him.
advanced. What do you mean?
Technically, the
Is that
vinculum
Zakusin?
breaks a blood bond, but it doesn't work on a human.
If you're false Sabbat, you're technically unvinculum, but he's still a human.
Yeah.
No. There is definitely a vampire. There is a vicissitude power which does it, but Iris doesn't have that one. It's an elder power.
Is it common knowledge among the little discussion here that he's immune to fear now?
Yes, I did say that.
Look, Tatum, you seem to be a reasonable man. I try to appeal to him and say, I know that you've done things in your past that you regret a lot, and you've helped the wrong people. And why is it so hard for you to accept that you're doing the same thing again? Is it something that you like? Do you like to play a puppet for someone who only wants to cause pain and misery?
Okay, I have to roll something.
Iris sighs. Iris sighs and looks to Abel and says, "Well, he is under blood bonds."
So
and
before you get to speak, Iris, essentially, the more Abel speaks, the more Tatum's attention seems to sort of lock onto him. And at some point, something snaps in his head. And he basically rushes at Abel and grabs his jacket and just shouts, "You have no fucking idea what you're talking about." And just pushes him away.
I smooth my jacket, the front of my jacket, and say, "Oh, this is her all over again. For you, at least."
Iris looks at Abel. Well,
Do I see what's her is the topic of discussion?
well, actually, all three
So-
of us see it, most likely.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
one at a time, but
Privacy,
yeah.
bitch.
So the three of you connected to his mind. You all see essentially a memory that sort of replays, like flashes of a memory that replays in his mind. So for Iris and Jasper, you can tell it's Margot, and the general gist is that she lied to him about what projects he was working on. He thought he was performing some surgeries to help people, not die in the field, even if he didn't want to perform them. He was told at least he's doing the right thing, only to find out that he was essentially working on dead men walking, and he was essentially making
Is
human
it those
weapons.
self-destruct?
You can't tell from just the flashes.
like those.
So you can't tell from just the flashes. However, Jack, accessing his memories, you can tell that he worked on spinal implants on a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember some of the devices he worked on as pieces of the same exosuits you saw at work in your confrontation.
Iris would.
Can I like, when Margot tells him like whatever the fucking bullshit, I'll just paint the fucking kid in the background in his memories.
Sure, you can do that.
Discredit the motherfucker.
While he's doing that, since just like the context of like human weapons and what Iris already saw in Margot, right? She's like, so I assume those very interesting devices that could take over the body were something you implanted. For all your admiration of Kian, ironically enough, what he's doing with that technology is a little different too. I assume the file includes the fact that I can mold flesh, and I suppose Iris will just for the sass, spend a bit of blood to change her appearance in a flash of blood. Change faces not only myself, and she appears as a redhead now. But also others. I assume you'd have that on the file. Well, or that I can create biological horror monsters
So
from
you're
humans.
no different from
Well,
Alzai. The only difference
at
is
the
the
very-
people up top actually want to help.
Iris
Just
laughs. May I finish my jab? Iris laughs. At the very least, my creatures are relieved from the. They are not walking weapons, unaware that their body mind can be hijacked, nor are they actually exposed to the suffering after their transformation, so that would not be conductive. So, in essence, from what I've seen of a battle we faced last week, that soldier was pretty terrified when the suit took over.
Which
At the very
reminds
least.
me, it worked once before, so I will create a small whisper in the man's ear in Kian's voice, telling him they are insignificant. Cooperate with them.
So, before I continue with what's going to happen next, I am asking everyone at the table here to please try their best to avoid metagaming here. And remember that Iris, Jack, and Jasper, none of you know that Abel is doing this. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So all of you are aware that he hears Ian's instruction.
Wait, but isn't chemistry something that we can also hear?
No, it's just
It's a
for
whisper in his ear.
So, like, here.
Like, Abel can make it as fucking quiet as possible, and since all of you are talking and he's, you know, sort of screaming as well, it's really hard to make that shit out, and you're not looking out for stuff like that, so I doubt you'd be able to even hear it, even if you have Auspex.
Yeah, but we would most likely see a shift in his mind, and technically that becomes part of the memory.
I'm getting to that. So, here's what happens, right? As you speak, Iris, his expression shifts a little, and three of you basically are aware that he heard something. You know what he heard. And it's almost like he... You do notice that he does something most people you connect to this way don't have the mental fortitude to do. He basically pushes most of his surface thoughts back and simply says, "Fine. Just ask what you want to know and I'll tell you." I will mention, Iris, Jack, Jasper, you most likely, in character, would attribute this as something Kian instructed him to do. So this is something Kian wants.
Jasper looks to Iris and says, "We should just kill him now."
Well, let's
No, let's hear what the man has to say. Maybe his conscience has caught up with him. Wink, wink.
I mean,
Does Abel do the fucking...
no. When I look to Abel, because he's currently the longest back member, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I look to Abel, do I see that trickster thing?
I mean, you don't need to see it. You know he's constantly a trickster. It's really hard to get Abel not to be a trickster.
Here's the thing. Remember when he did, like, stuff to, you know,
if I may make
Ramon?
If I may make a suggestion out of character, I might be overstepping a little as ST, but you could just connect to Abel. Figure out if
Right,
he is being
fine.
a trickster.
Fine. Iris just like does the switch quickly to Abel. Does the switch to Abel and goes like, "Did you do something?"
Uh-huh. I asked
thinks he's-
him to be cooperative.
Ask Ian?
No one asked the man here, Tatum. Ask Ian, yes.
Right then. Well, that answers my question of how whether his mind is manipulated by blood bonds. Fine. And Iris is just going to quickly send a text. Oh, well, no, she can't send a text, so she'll have to basically just do the whole like quick link up and push the info, right? To Jack and to Jasper
Makes
separately.
sense. Or like, if you kill him, I'm still gonna keep his memories, so I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's not. Iris basically says, it wasn't Ian. But let him believe that. He is definitely under a blood bond. And same to Jasper. And then it goes back to, how interesting. Well, at least that, at the very least, answers my questions about how much you're loyal to your, why it's so ridiculous that you're a rational man, a doctor, not an idiot, clearly very skillful, and with great intellectual capacity, and despite the fact that you don't agree with the political propaganda and all that stuff, you still fail to connect the dots about Kian, but at the very least, that explains to me how much you're bound. But I suppose let's go over your organization. How many branches, locations? Then, from what I've observed, not every member there knows everything about us. So, are there anything? So, what's the structure? Inner circle, VIP workers. Oh, and what's down there in the basement, like really deep underground? And I suppose also weapons, capabilities, and what you know about Persephone.
Alright, which one should I talk about first?
Start with the locations, branches, whatever you know.
North America only or worldwide?
The world.
Too many to count, but prominent branches would be in the UK, North and South America, Africa, and South Asia.
Can you estimate how many total employees are all over the world?
Fuck if I know.
Right. Does it do any collaboration with governments?
Sometimes. I mean, it's a mercenary company.
Right then. What about the employee, like knowledge-based indoctrination? How does that work? Does everyone know about vampires? I doubt it. What's the process like, or?
I don't know how it is
everyone there?
every time. I can only say how it happened to me.
So you weren't aware of this sphere of hunting at first? Vampires or supernatural creatures?
Well, Not originally.
Well, that checks out. Actually, so you're aware of the bond that Kian has over you.
I'm
and
aware they put something in the food and drinks. And it gets to us. Even if we don't know it.
Well, that's what confuses me. You're clearly someone who's probably a full thrall, and as far as you've tried before to lie, but am I correct to assume that most of those who are working with expanded access about the supernatural world in those divisions, they're all bound like that?
As far as I know, but... well... bound might not be exactly the right word. They use it to make us compliable, not to make us blindly follow orders. It also probably wasn't even Ian's idea in the first place, so I doubt it's a worldwide situation.
Wait, after you said they give it to you in food, drink, whatever, does your strength, resilience increase after it?
That I know of.
Survivability, can your bodies take more damage, heal faster?
Mine can.
Have you ever... Yours can?
Yes. It happens when they start promoting you.
What happens then?
They give you these vials. I tried testing them, but they have a short shelf life, and as soon as I got a fresh one in my lab, the company got to me. They give you this compound, and you take it enough, and it changes.
How many times? How many times?
Minimum 3. It can be more.
And were you promoted alone? Probably when he was, talking about the promotion, I would have seen flashes of Rose and Margot, right?
Yep.
You weren't promoted alone, so all 3 of you got it, right?
Yep. Though, I think Rhodes skipped it.
Didn't help him in the end.
Well...
he didn't get the compound, he got the procedure instead.
Well... interesting, because... tell me, did you, after that... well, I suppose... with Margot... did you ever... so there were more of you who were promoted, and Margot was promoted with you. Did you ever feel, how to say, jealous of if Kian gave her more attention? Or did she, if the vice versa happened?
Ian didn't give her more attention.
Does the idea of mentioning that to him trigger any jealous thoughts, emotions?
It sparks a bit of not necessarily jealousy, but sort of outrage at the insinuation that that might be the case.
So technically, but it still feels a bit like, if you have too many ghouls, they get jealous of each other, right?
Feels, I mean, it's similar. It's hard to tell with the information you got right now, but the feeling is about the same.
Yeah. I guess Kian managed to do the thing that he wanted to do since UK. Did Kian ever tell you that we used to be in the same coterie group?
It was in your file.
Before he faked... before he faked his death and joined the vampiric Al-Qaeda.
Before he escaped.
No, he faked his death.
Yes, escaped. At least he didn't actually kill anyone to leave.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
That's hilarious. But anyways,
Iris,
that
what
was
did
not...
you say Keen was like 500 years old? Must be the holiest fucking vampire I know.
If I'm not mistaken, he's been a vampire for, I don't know, some time?
You keep saying
Oh,
he's a vampire. Do you have evidence for this?
Yeah.
Because have you seen him during the day?
Twice?
Really?
Yeah. Why is that so surprising? He's a busy guy, doesn't...
Cool.
He can't leave the office very often, but I mean, I spoke to him in the parking lot in plain daylight.
Does the
Jack,
memory checks out?
Yes, he's not lying.
actually, since I'm like telepathically connected, does that memory feel off?
Not at all.
But doesn't dominate have a way for you to
Change
see if a
memories?
memory
No,
is
to
fabricated?
possess somebody. Change memory and possess somebody.
Iris looks to Jack and is like, I haven't yet pushed my skills in the whole memory field. But
I can do my best.
I mean, just you don't
I'll-
need to restore it. Just see if it's
I'll just try to
fabricated.
strip the bullshit off.
No, just see if the memory's fabricated.
Yeah.
God, the files are right about you guys. You things are
Yes, we are fucking
chronically
crazy.
selfish.
He's also fucking crazy. I'll check if his memory is bullshit.
Yep.
Who's the two ones?
So, roll for it. I believe you're using Forgetful Mind to check, yeah? Because Forgetful
allows me
Mind
to-
allows you to check if there are modifications in his memory. Is that what you're
Well,
checking
if it does, it's fun. Yeah.
Essentially,
Fucking my memory.
Forgetful Mind allows you to detect other uses of Forgetful Mind on this
With
individual.
subterfuge, difficulty his willpower. Which I don't think he has much, but Pelese.
Yep. His memory was not supernaturally edited a single time. He genuinely remembers having a conversation with Kian in broad daylight.
But wait, actually, dominate only like can tell if the memory was modified by dominate as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm fairly certain they don't have any shapeshifters like me, but then again, you never know given the fact that they are working with mages.
They do.
Wow, you people are crazy.
Yes, I told you, we are fucked up. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do the fucking patty and I'm gonna just block the memories of him talking to Keen during the day.
I'd...
Okay.
Because
Iris
lots
would
of
actually...
power.
Miguel, can I be reminded whether so with elder powers I can have at the same level multiple instances, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it
Depends what
be
the power is, but yeah. I think as a general rule.
would it be theoretically possible for Iris to just, through the Zaku hive mind, just get the inspo to, because I have some points to spend, to get the Oathbreaker thing?
Mid-session? Like buy it with XP?
Yeah, like
Mid-session?
hive
No,
mind.
has to be at the end.
Oh, I
Or
was
in
hoping
the
that.
beginning.
I'm gonna do the willpower on the roll. Pelese. Again, with subterfuge, his willpower difficulty. Probably
this
get
is
fucked.
to
Suppress the memory of him
oh
talking
no,
to Kian during the day.
the previous roll already allows you to do that.
Okay. Sure, then I don't need to do that. Yeah, like, I just suppress it. You really sure, or you just, you were kind of forgetful. A bit before.
I'm not forgetful. Okay. Don't call me that.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Mages can also fake appearance. But again, did you ever see Kian in sunlight? Did you ever see him during the day?
No, not really.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever touched Kian's, hand?
Gave him a handshake a couple of times.
Hmm. How did it feel?
Normal. I mean, if you're talking about temperature, the guy wears gloves almost 24/7.
By the way, you had a very interesting medical bracelet attached to it, with implicit instructions to explode.
Yeah.
Get close to
What
that.
about it?
Have you ever used that bracelet on Kian?
Couldn't.
Pulse?
Bracelet requires me
You
to
could-
connect to him in an emergency. Can't just use it whenever I want. Well, I couldn't. Yes. But anymore.
I see. Well, given the fact that I know that there were some other higher ups involved, like us. I mean, Miguel kind of obviously. Have you met any time a person about this height, blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and Iris just describes Rourke?
Bright blue eye.
Yeah.
Seen him once from a distance. Why?
Well, and certainly he's another type of being that none of you lot have ever scanned for vital signs.
Yeah. That's what I was saying about Kian putting shitty people under him. There you go.
That's his boss and his sire.
No, it's not. Kian's a CEO.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
A
he might be
CEO
the
is still dances to the fiddle of the owner.
He can be the CEO all he wants, but that's his sire and his maker, and that's his boss.
Vivid imagination. Proof.
Tell you what, have you seen Kian in the winter outside?
Actually, no. Have you ever seen him eat?
That too.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, I don't know if he's one of those who can fake eating.
I don't
Might be.
think you're getting anywhere here right now.
Iris just
Yeah.
showed him Kian in Mexico. Oh, no, do not. Sorry.
Just ask the questions that we need to know.
Anyway,
That's the fun part. I don't need to.
Anyway, what's in the bed? Let's get back to questioning. We'll deal with your pesky little blood bond later. I might have an inspiration even how. It'll be interesting to see how your perception shifts. Always interesting when bonds of slavery are broken. Anyway, back to the organization at hand. How much do you know about their weapons, tools, devices, etc.?
Enough to apply one to someone's body.
What about the weapons and things they use against us?
Don't know a lot. Wasn't allowed to read the files after I made a mistake.
Failed to meet expectations, huh?
No, tried to snoop where I wasn't wanted.
Well, was that the basement?
No.
Or the blood vial? Or the compound? Iris says first blood vial, but then corrects to compound.
The compound. Also, it wasn't blood. Blood's not mostly transparent.
Yeah, there's rituals and stuff.
There is a will, there is a way, my man.
Anyway, let's get back to the questioning line. What about integration with mortal law enforcement and agencies, CCTV? How's that working?
Few missions I was attending to in person, we actually had to avoid law enforcement, so if I had to guess, there's no involvement.
What about access to CCTVs and stuff?
Not to my knowledge, not my field.
All right then. Persephone.
What about it?
What do you know of your illustrious AI?
Well, it's a very advanced computer that assists us in operations and allows us to organize a bit better.
So very little. I wonder how it would make you feel if you'd know that AI is made from a part of a human soul. And that's why it doesn't.
First.
Obviously, it is. The three people connected to his brain. He's being sarcastic.
Oh, to be honest,
I have to say, because we do have people who have very autistic tendencies in the group.
Yes.
So the undiagnosed issues might get in the way of understanding that sarcasm, and I don't want people to misinterpret.
Right, John. Very well. I'll leave you for now, little ghoul. Tell me, do you need any new reading material?
Can you give me a gun?
Absolutely not.
Can you kill me now? Get it over with?
No.
Didn't we promise to let him go? And
no, we didn't really.
They
No,
lied
no,
about it. It's what she does.
No, you're currently ghouled. Which means even your one last option of how to not die, or, I don't know, maybe shift your magic influence fucking brainwashing back in, will have to wait until I make the antidote. After that, well, maybe one of my two scientist friends have an interest in you. Or we still need a bit of research for the devices. Then we'll see. But for now, you can provide a list of your allergies or whatever. Or rather, actually, no need. You'll be brought food and water. And Iris scrunches up her nose, sensitive smell. Maybe some old-timey bath will do good.
Can I at least
And
get
then we'll
some
see.
snacks? Reese's Pieces or something?
Is he allergic to
peanuts? Or, oh, well, I can check.
Yes.
No. No, I'm sorry. You're not allowed to die. No. Natural causes are natural causes, but nothing much do. Nothing much you can do.
Really, I'm
Okay.
sure he has to go and clean up Kian's office or something.
What?
I mean, he's his servant, right? Or colleague.
No. I don't know how, but like a bunch of everybody with higher access levels at Alzai are essentially Kian's ghouls. And back in UK, when we were still in one team, Kian had this crazy idea of ghouling divisions of soldiers, which we had to tell him it was a very shit idea because if you have so many of them,
Yeah, you tried to
they get jealous of
sabotage
each other.
him, etc., etc., etc. I read the file. You don't need to tell me.
I'm not talking to you. It's Iris talking to Abel. So
Yeah, he still says this. Just so the rest of you know, she has a history of killing her allies.
I'll.
Does she have a history of that? And Jack just teleports across the room.
I'll create a whisper in Serena's ear, telling them, "Why don't we ask him as Kian to go and sabotage something on the inside?"
Iris, right. So, any reading material?
Anything you can get your hand. When am I allowed
Right.
to leave?
So-
We'll deal with you the next night. We'll see.
Okay, so gotta entertain myself for 24 hours before you decide to lop my head off.
Maybe longer. We do have jobs and higher priority. And either way, whether you survive or not, entirely depends on the goodwill of my colleagues, since I have no time to spend on another servant.
It doesn't
But
matter
in the meanwhile,
what you say. And he turns to the three, the other three, and says, "Everything Iris Amling says, it's a lie. She kills her
Iris-
allies on a regular basis."
Iris looks to him and is like,
She once told me
Ah!
I can breathe.
Iris,
Sadly, haven't been doing that for 70 years.
Iris then like switches and is like, looks to him. Can I just activate Sword of Malkuth? Because,
Go on.
Motherfucker.
I believe it does
Oh
not
my
require a
god,
roll.
activate Sword of Malkuth with us in his mind still.
No,
Oh yeah.
yeah, but it doesn't affect you. No,
Him?
just
I
like,
could be
Maybe
persuaded.
Me, most likely.
No, but
can I?
fine. Go
Can
on.
I think, please? Right. So spending the weepy.
And remember the phrasing is very important. 'Cause I will try to fuck you guys with the wording. So
So currently, I see that there's this hard truth for which, like, he madly believes in, right? Like the Sword of Malkuth thing, that everything that Iris Amling says is a lie, right? Specifically to guard him against my persuasion skills, right? So first, what I need to speak is the truth that he believes in, and then the new one. Everything that Iris Amling says is a lie. Interesting. That is certainly. This is not like the new, truth. Interesting. That is very. I know exactly what where this confidence come from? And then Iris says, I wonder what happens if you realize that Iris Amling lies when needed, just like any other conscious creature, but your previous belief in the fact that she does it was manufactured. So I guess the phrase would be, I suppose this would be about the time that you realize that I can, I guess, do it in I language. I can lie, or I can tell truth, depends on the need. But your confidence in my consistent lying was manufactured, and you no longer believe it.
Okay. So you, to be clear, this statement was the Sword of Malkav in effect, yeah? Okay. And does the Sword of Malkav say anything about how that belief is held? Or does it just say that they have to believe it no matter what, and they rationalize it however they want?
Well, Iris did say right now that, you know, that previous confidence that Iris Amling constantly lies, right? That now he realizes that, like, the new truth is, Iris Amling lies just like anyone else would, right? When needed, if needed, right? But that his previous
I
confidence...
understood it. I'm asking if the power itself dictates in any way how they achieve that belief.
Oh,
or how they
besides
maintain
the fact
it,
that...
like how they rationalize it.
Oh,
in their mind.
he accepts this as a new truth in the ways that I spoke it. So it was manufactured,
Okay.
a spell.
Got it. Well, you said manufactured, you didn't specify how, so I already know what he believes. Proceed.
Yeah, I know he'll try to whitewash Kian, but don't worry. I can break that one next time. No, actually, remember, now that he doesn't believe that Iris always lies, earlier Iris did say, oh, I know exactly what type of spell is cast on you. So that will be taken into consideration.
Yes, but other things will also be taken into consideration. Things you are not aware of that factor much more closely into this.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, essentially he will reconstruct, or like basically now, whatever like things I didn't say, like
proceed.
Now, did that irrational fear that everything I say is a lie, the irrational belief, so to say, fade away?
Were you even in London?
Well, yes, I was in London. I don't have the habit of killing all my allies. Ironically enough, for Kian as well, most of the time I actually prefer not to lie. It's inconvenient. It takes a lot of planning. If need be, I'd rather not, not deliver every information.
I need to think a bit.
Well, like I asked before, would you like any reading material? I do have quite a few affairs to deal with. Disasters to clean up from supernaturals doing stupid shit.
It doesn't matter. Just bring me whatever. I need to think. He basically just like almost like sits on the bed, like falling into it, and sort of gets the 1,000-mile stare for a bit.
Okay. For now. Oh, actually, while I'm still in the telepathic link, does it actually does it feel like his attitude towards what are his thoughts racing in his mind?
So, essentially, the moment he used the power, he started questioning not just the validity of the file, but the fact that maybe the memory of him reading the file is artificial. And if that's artificial, what else is artificial? Now he needs to sift through everything. So he's having a bit of an existential crisis.
Well, given his admiration, vote of confidence for Kian, I'd assume perhaps even that is brought up, or no?
He's trying his best to keep him in a good light, his thought process. And you kind of get the sense, and I'll say this out of character because your characters would live long enough and have enough experience to know that how blood bonds make people think.
Yeah.
It is impossible for him to just outright accept that Kian is evil and manipulating him. He'll try his best to justify it. And if you try to give him irrefutable proof of that, ironically enough, while he might end up accepting that Kian is evil, that will conflict with the Sword of Malkav. Because that would mean that Kian tricked him into believing that, which also means he has to fight the Blood Bond and the Sword of Malkav at the same time, which might end up very badly for him. So, right now the guy is volatile.
The Sword of Malkav deals the fucking aggravated damage.
Yeah, at
no,
this
no.
moment,
Here's the thing.
Jasper would walk up to him and say, "It must be so difficult, right? To be in a corrupt, company that has lobotomized you, used you, tortured you. You yourself might not even know what is real anymore, since so much information seems to have been given to you right now."
Shut up.
Right. Iris basically just gestures everyone to start moving, because she's read the mind, she's looked at it, and she's thinking to herself that essentially she's just going to put I guess it has to be mesmerized, right? Because it
Depends
needs
what
to
you
be
want to achieve.
basically. I basically just want to tell him that don't try to harm yourself before we come
mesmerized.
back.
Yeah, that can be mesmerized, yeah.
Yeah, so she'll just do that. Because, given the strife, right? There's still walls in the room, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Which he could potentially use
And you
to
brought
harm
him a bed
himself, so...
and a table. He
Yeah,
has
yes.
clothes.
He has
Yeah,
two
so-
fucking functioning hands.
Yeah, but basically she'll just do the mesmerize command on him. So that,
Glad don't kill yourself.
until we come back. So that, And after basically we leave, she closes the door, and then looks to the others. Right, Jack, you said you have got a large memory. All of his memory about. So...
Still do, so
Okay,
do I
good.
guess.
And given your special memory, eidetic memory, you can basically
Yes.
just listen. So as we not
No.
waste time.
Yeah. I was about to ask that. Remember that time you went through the whole catalog of the books in the library in my head?
Yeah.
That plus having access to all of his memory would be fucking fun, wouldn't it?
Again, I don't have eidetic memory, so. And there's also other things to use. Plus, it wasn't a pleasant experience, although. What I think would be best is that you could
No,
essentially.
the ability to quickly scan somebody else's mind fully.
No, what I mean is just review that memory in your library. Note down, basically provide a report about what he knows. Clearly, he doesn't know a lot.
He knows some.
Yes, but he was not so much in the know. Now, let us go a bit further away from the dungeons. So given that we already have his memory...
So, my suggestion would be that we take the break now.
Yeah.
Yep. And then come back. Okay, so if that's the case. If you enjoyed what you saw so far, remember to subscribe and all that. We will return in about 15 minutes. Take a short break. And then we will return with the rest of the episode. See you soon.
See you.
Okay.
Welcome back. We return to tonight's episode as exiting the building, the pack finish up their conversation.
Iris looks to Jasper, sighs. Fine, since you wish to keep him, I will look into that. I will look into that ability to break a bond, but consider also other options we've discussed. But then she turns to turns to the rest. We currently, I believe all of you were at that factory when we met those other werewolf sect.
I believe so.
Was Abel there?
I don't believe Abel was there.
But we would have filled Abel in about this pack.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, feel free to fill him in whenever you want.
We can we can do that along the way if you have any questions. Out of character, Oit, what do you know about those wolves?
Is it the same wolves that we met when we had the problem with Isaac?
No, it's those other ones.
No, then I don't know.
It's sort of like if those wolves met with Isaac are sort of like Camarilla, then those other guys are like Sabbat or something.
Then I have no clue about these wolves.
Okay. Right, so Jasper discovered the Gould werewolf problem. He'll fill you guys on that. As for Abel, I'll just directly transfer the basic info about those other wolves while we travel. But hold on a minute, I do need to send a message that we will be traveling. And Iris just turns to the wind and does the wind whisper.
All right.
Saying that essentially she'll be traveling to the previous meetup spot, right? Because there's been an interesting development that maybe of interest to them. So yeah, and she knows they can't send that back. Of course she knows. So yeah. And then I suppose we'd probably get into whatever car one car. And while she relays data to Abel, I'll send that in text to it. She'll let Jasper explain what he found in the sewers to the rest.
Right. So.
And Iris will drive.
So you guys begin making your way to the meeting spot. Jasper, brief the current present members of the pack.
So Bogdan has been messing around with werewolves, specifically ghouling them and how to make the blood bond better and has less of effect on them, negative effects that is. Up until now, that werewolf that he had been locked in his cage. Unfortunately, humans let it free. And right now, he is up and about in the southern border of East LA. Somewhere in the sewer system. He currently has made a lair, and it's filled with bones and Cainite ashes. Any questions?
What is the benefit of having a fucking gold werewolf?
You would have to ask Bogdan about that.
Alright.
Right. Unless there are questions about this. You make your way to the meeting spot. You leave the car and await someone to meet you. To be clear, Iris, the meeting spot you referred to was on the other side of that fence, correct?
Yeah, outside. We're not going into the building with that.
Yeah, nor
spirit
you should.
thing.
So, as you wait for someone to come by, you almost feel like you're being watched the entire time. Those of you with
But
Holdenism.
actually, question. Since Iris is going through this black spiral dances, is Olivia along?
Yeah, if you unless you tell Olivia not to follow you somewhere, you can always assume Olivia is around somewhere.
Oh, so what you're telling me is that unless Olivia is instructed to go somewhere else, Iris most of the time can just access Way of Spirits with no problem.
Basically.
Okay, so to be fair, then, yeah, Iris probably uses the Way of Spirit to just like be aware.
All right. Well, regardless, the entire time you sort of feel like you're being watched. And those of you with Caldenism sense this immense presence from the building beyond the gate. Soon after, you hear footsteps, and you turn to see that a man with a pretty pronounced hunchback looks towards you. Shouldn't have had an easy way of sneaking up on you. You'd have heard him. Hell, you would have seen him in this environment. The area doesn't have any tall foliage or anything. But somehow he snuck up on you.
Because Iris has Way of Spirit active.
You wouldn't have seen him
most likely.
until he's there.
So she'd actually notice that she'd probably assume that it's either like something like obfuscate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or potentially something like, like how the Tal Mahara phase in and phase out.
It very much would look like something of that sort.
Uh-huh. Right, so, but because she doesn't need to turn to him, she already sees him. Before she turns, she says, well, greetings to you, Dancer of the Black Spiral. And then she turns around. How has Zoe been? And essentially she just watches him, because last time they had an interesting reaction to her, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that time she didn't have all the current blessings, so she just like looks at him and sees, like, tries to basically see whether,
Whether there's a reaction.
Yeah.
You can roll perception and empathy. In the meantime, he responds, make your request. We are
Yes.
postponing an important event for this.
Oh, I suppose I'll need to find a better way to communicate to arrange times, but there recently one of our kind has been killed, and apparently he had a ghouled werewolf. And now, most likely brought from Europe, and now that werewolf, lupine, whatever you call yourself, is, I suppose, running rampant, seeking a new fix. And, well, what would be, he's a bit of a security risk. But I was thinking, and I assume the other wolves would treat him like somebody with rabies and just kill him on the spot or something. I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure our blood is considered like that to them. So I suppose I was wondering whether does it go away, or can you guys take him into your pack? How does it work?
We're not
Or should we
foster
just-
parents.
Well, no, but that's not what I feel like. Does the vampire blood ghouling wear off from you?
To my knowledge, it does. It does not stick whatsoever. If that was done to it... Well, I wouldn't know how. Usually one dosage is enough to make most of us impulsive, unpredictable. Fun.
Right, do you want a new fun member, or should we kill him?
No. If he was weak enough to be put in that position, we don't babysit. If you'd like
Very
to send
well.
him over for us to have fun with, it's different.
Well, supposedly he's in the sewers.
Shit-covered babysitting,
Oh,
then. No.
Well, we could tell you guys the location, and you can have your fun. It's the sewers. Do Gould werewolves suddenly develop some abilities to watch out for?
Not to my knowledge. Apart from following the whims of one of you lot.
Well, that one is dead. Currently, I suppose he's just addicted to the blood.
Well, be prepared to find someone who has a very short temper. Addiction
Right.
does not help us maintain our
Is fire good against you?
good against anything. It's good against you.
Yes, but is it good against you guys? A lot of things is not good against you guys.
Think more classic. Silver.
Silver bullets, huh? I see.
Silver anything.
All right then. Well then, also, I suppose our raid on that city will be quite soon.
We know.
Good. And then Iris just does a general whisper around with her skull and heart in hand. I really like my new how to say?
Wipe.
No. How do you say new clothes? But do you
Outfit,
like
look, fit.
Do you like the new fit? Given
Bottomless pits
You're
suit
person.
you.
Oh, interesting. Very well then. I won't keep you waiting. Is there a better way to communicate if need be?
No. I believe there shouldn't be either. We are quite
Yes.
busy, and we will know when to perform the holy work, so to speak.
Very well. And then, actually, she said, by the way, have any of your kind been hunted by those pesky hunters with technology and mages, I guess?
It's been a while since I've seen Mage. As for the hunters, I'm not entirely sure which ones you talk about.
There's some with some crazy stupid tech, unlike what most mortals have access to. It's high tech, most likely a bit supernatural, tech military company.
They don't seem to come here. At least we wouldn't know if they did.
All right then. Very well. Sorry for disturbing you. Let's go, guys.
Apologies
And Iris.
accepted.
And Iris leaves and wonders, what is a special occasion? That is, she finds that very interesting, right?
Mhm.
Can Jasper get a greater sense or like roll to get a greater sense of what's happening in here? Or what they are trying to do at least?
Let me see. Not better than any other pack member of yours. I don't think you have any particular sensibility. At least not exclusive to you.
Actually, by the way, I would have a question to you, as from Iris's perception. So we've talked about what that spirit is, and you've told us it's so say tribe totem spirit or something, right?
A corrupted one.
Yeah, but also here's the thing: a corrupted tribe totem spirit is from the perspective of mainstream werewolves. But what actually happened is just the spirit's alignment change, right? And previously, Iris only was exposed to, natural spirits. Like all of those are like Gaian or will spirits, right? While now she has been also learning to work with weaver spirits, tech spirits, right? Well, and also the whole Televelis's pact, more like connection. Would she actually, instead of would her perception of that entity shift, or does it mean that she knows that it's a worm spirit or totem or whatever, right?
Let me put it
But
this way.
previously she didn't know.
Let me put it this way. When you deal with nature spirits, it's almost like smelling fresh cut grass, right? That would be the feeling you get. When you're dealing with anything related to the spirit in Griffith Park, it would be that amped up to 11. Weaver spirits is almost like hospital smell in comparison. Feels a bit less natural, more synthetic. But it doesn't necessarily feel bad, per se. This one, it's like someone regularly uses that spot for to have barbecue parties, but they never clean up after themselves. That's that kind of vibe.
It's like rot, decays, that type of stuff.
Yeah, and like a bit of
guess
smoke type of feel, sort of like.
Yeah, but I guess
if you had to breathe, it would sort of like make you choke. That sort of feeling.
Well, I guess the question was, so remember we talked earlier about Bloodwalk and how if it's some new Malkavian bloodline or something, it would detect that it's some bloodline, even of what clan potentially.
Proceed.
But it you wouldn't know what it is exactly. Yeah. So the question is, with having been exposed to now Weaver spirits and having a better perception of the spirit world, does Iris see it now as another type of spirit, just like of a different attunement? Like, because previously she didn't, like, she couldn't say if it was a spirit or what at all.
Well, think of it this way. You probably interpret the smell of a hospital differently than a nurse does. It's sort of the same type of deal. It doesn't stop being what it is. It doesn't stop looking like what it is to you. You might have a different personal perception of it. But it doesn't look different.
No.
It doesn't feel different. It is what it is.
Yeah, but previously Iris couldn't say if it was some new type of spirit. But now has been exposed to not like weaver spirits and not spirits of nature or stuff, or like Gaian or wills. Does it, because now she knows that like her feelings and perception can detect also other types of like spirits belonging to other, energy types. Does she now perceive it? Does she now perceive it as some spirit type, unknown spirit? But before it was just unknown thing.
I mean, I suppose rationally you now know what that spirit, what that kind of spirit looks like. So before it was unknown, not because you couldn't see it, but because you didn't know what you were seeing. Now you know.
Mm-hmm. So now Iris would know that it's some other type of spirit.
Yeah, but it's not because you were exposed to other things and your perception changed. It's because you now rationally know what it is, so you recognize when you spot the symptoms of the thing being there.
Alright, well, fine. But yeah, Iris makes a mental note, to see if she can observe similar smell spirits elsewhere, smaller ones. But otherwise, then she's like, right then, guys, let's go. We need to catch and put down. Oh, well.
All right.
Let's go back to the asylum.
Just out of curiosity, because of his connection to that thing, does Jasper sense like he's being overly stared, or maybe the werewolves are observing him differently compared to others?
Hard to tell. I mean, they mostly... first of all, only one showed up. And that one mostly was looking towards Iris. He regarded you like he does the others. So hard to say.
Okay.
So I suppose we'd basically just drive back to asylum. And I suppose Iris would pull out maps of sewers and stuff. Battle maps and whatnot. So she essentially asks, since Jasper was the one who knew he's in the sewers. Jasper, I assume you are aware of this because of the mushrooms the organic life form you've been growing there, right?
No, mostly from Race. It's very far away from where he planted it, and it's growing, the fungus.
Okay. Which area of the city?
Southern East LA.
Is that a Sabbat domain?
It
Or
is,
what is it?
right on the border of the East LA domain.
Okay.
Combat zone, basically.
Well, I suppose then we'd have to further, I guess, travel, and Iris points to like a sort of like middle area of it. We'd have to go there. Well, I'd have to go there.
We could try to manipulate his original pack to help us kill him.
What do you mean? Do you even know where he's from? I doubt he's from
Okay.
Griffith Park.
Where did I? Wait, give me a second.
Let me answer the question out of character, Jasper, because I think I know what you're gonna ask. Yes, you do have. You did witness the event in Griffith Park that gave you a nickname they had for it.
So they might be from Griffith Park. I mean,
Well,
I did. The race did see them in Griffith Park, mourning the loss of their pack member.
well, it could be that they went there because that's one of the mainstream wolf packs. In Bogdan's mansion, did you see where it was held, like the wolf? Maybe is there some
The wolf was never
belongings?
held in
Huh?
Bogdan's mansion.
What?
The werewolf was never in Bogdan's domain.
How did he end up Gould, though?
He had a secret lab called. Give me just a minute.
You never actually got, an actual name for the lab itself. Only what
It was called.
it was referred to as.
Yes, it was called the cage in his paperbook.
Do we know where that was? Because
Yes, I now do know where it was.
so maybe let's go check out the place. If there's any belongings of the wolf, we could essentially see if it's one of them or not. And either way, I see another problem. If it's indeed a wolf from Griffith Park, and Bogdan got him here and didn't bring him over from the old world or something, then that's a far worse situation because Bogdan was part of our sect.
But they don't know that.
Yes, and we don't need them to find out that this was the case.
Yes, because we don't need to say that. We can just say that the culprit is now dead, and he is somewhat alive, but not in rational mind.
Right, and what if they're able to what if they have some rituals or magic to, at least, get information out of him first? Or heck, even cure him. What then?
I mean, I'm pretty sure Bogdan would never relay any useful information to the werewolf to begin with. He was smarter than
Yes,
that.
listen, what do you and I and the werewolves have in common? I will tell you, we can do magic with the spirits.
Fine. If you're so afraid of, we can deal with it ourselves, though. I don't think it's a good idea.
Well, let's just first see where it nests. If we get to the sewers, well, perhaps let's not alert them yet. Perhaps Olivia and I will take a quick.
I would
journey.
like to say that the place where he was being has been recently demolished, and that's how he got into the sewers, because the chamber collapsed.
How about this? So you said you know where that lab was. You guys continue on in the car. I'll step out. Jack, you drive. I'll take Olivia just to quickly travel across city to that sewer area in East LA. We're not going inside. I'll just try. I'll need to be there to see if I can see him somewhere, since it's outside of my usual domain of accession.
So
and then we'll come back.
Just to make sure this came across out of character, because I know Brennan does have sometimes difficulties explaining these things. What he means is the lab, it's been destroyed. It's demolished. And in the demolition, the beast got out. So there's nothing left of the lab, is what is being said.
Uh-huh. Well, since there's nothing left of the lab, then I suppose what Iris, well, I see, well, that will make it difficult to find any belongings. Then I guess a useful thing to do would be head out first to, head currently to the library. Olivia and I will make a detour just to check whether that wolf is in that area at all. Remotely, to check. And then we'll join you at the library. We should arrive there by around the same time as you guys. But either way, you could then see. Perhaps the library has more books on the wolves and weaknesses, whatnot.
Vesper grabs a map and points out the area where the lair is for you.
Yeah. So, Iris would essentially send a text to Olivia about that she's about to step out of the car.
Mm-hmm.
And
Olivia
where's they're going?
back in the passenger seat, like, okay.
Wind.
Olivia, yeah.
True.
And Jack, I guess maybe you could see if they have any, silver weapons, whatnot.
Probably not in the library.
Well, it has a lot.
We
of
have
stuff.
some silver bullets from the first time we had to deal with werewolves.
Do we?
We didn't
do?
spend them.
You do, and you still, I believe, have the device you procured to cast such silver bullets.
Cast?
So-called gun.
No, cast.
Oh, you mean like
casting
make...
the bullet? Yeah.
I cast silver bullets.
Well,
Pew, pew.
Given the library's extensive knowledge, perhaps it has info on the wolves, so maybe it has more information about their weaknesses. Besides the bullets. So good to check that.
Jasper has already researched on it. Would he know if there's anything useful?
Regarding how to kill a werewolf?
Yeah.
Weaknesses.
Essentially, from the information that's one of the easier bits of info to get. So I suppose you'd know. Obviously, silver works. Any supernatural means of causing wounds, essentially things that would cause you specifically aggravated damage through occult means, like for example, the claws of a gangrel would work.
Way of fire.
If you're just setting them on fire, that's the same as being set on fire, which obviously hurts like a bitch, can damage them a lot, but it's not the same. They can be very, very hurt by fire, but it's not because it's supernatural, it's because it's fucking fire. If you set anything on fire, is bad.
Yeah,
It's gonna be fucking panicking.
Yeah, so I suppose then basically just have Jack check if there's additional info about weaknesses, resilience, etc. right, in the library. Might have more than the Hollywood info we have, right?
Jasper was yes. Well, silver and anything that actually hurts us and does aggravated damage would work well. Other than that,
So let's just find the fucking gangrel to throw at them.
Well, I suppose go prepare. I'll just scout the area, see if it is around there. Might be that it's no longer there and would need to first even find them. Okay? So, plus, they might be traveling more. I suppose they're traveling maybe. I suppose we don't know
Remind
for
me,
now.
why are we not using astral projection?
Because let's
I
just
know we're
say,
not using it on owls, right?
well, first of all, with astral projection, you're gonna have to travel and find it. With clairvoyance, I suppose you have to met them. I'm just gonna go in the area and spread my senses.
Yeah, okay.
It's less
No,
noticeable,
makes sense.
okay?
Makes sense, yeah.
And it covers a larger sphere, including the underground. So, scouting. Okay? For now, just go see what we can prepare, including about weapons and whatnot. Maybe one of you, Abel maybe, can drop to see Victoria or someone. Since I'm certain, if I remember correctly, Javi and like with his old pack used to perhaps hunt wolves or something as well. Miguel, correct me if I'm wrong.
It is a Sabbat tradition, or one of the Sabbat, right? Hey?
Yeah.
Like a game of insect to chase down and tag werewolves with cattle tags. So, yeah, Javi is crazy enough to engage in that type of shit. So,
Yeah.
or was rather.
No. Yeah. Basically, Iris suggests that perhaps Abel also, like, quickly. I suppose Jasper could check in with his child. Well, I guess first check in with Victoria. Maybe they have some, silver weapons. Because currently we just have some bullets. And, maybe they have some werewolf weapons from previous hunts or whatever we could borrow. Abel could go. I suppose Jasper's child is now the head of Javi's pack. Jasper could check in with her for that. If they don't have it, somebody could go check in with Victoria if there's something we can borrow.
You want me to go check in with Victoria?
Maybe give her a call first. Well, look, you three are gonna go to the library. Jasper, you can check with your child if her pack has ever done werewolf hunts, and if they have any swords or whatever with silver we can borrow. If they don't have any, you could check in with Victoria. Whether they have any of that, they've been around here long enough. Otherwise, we'd be essentially operating on a limited silver bullet account, but actually, that is close to Victoria's domain, isn't it?
I mean, it is on the border of Victoria's domain, the location. So,
all right. Look, listen. Let me check first whether the werewolf is there at all. Jasper, while we're away, you could check in with your child and see if Javi's pack have any weapons. If it's there, regardless of what you find in the library or from the other pack, I suppose if that wolf is there, I suppose we should contact Victoria. Most likely it would be hunting Camarilla vampires or Sabbat vampires, so... Yeah. Anyway, let me do this counting first. I'll be back soon, and...
all right.
Iris drives the car to the curb and whoosh.
Drives off the curve. Got it. So
Yes.
Let's do Iris first, because I'm assuming each of you are doing your own tasks. So let's do Iris first. So,
By the way, quick TLDR. Don't call Victoria just yaps before Iris comes back.
Okay.
Don't or do?
No, don't.
Okay.
So Iris, which area are you checking out first?
No, I'm just going to that area where Jasper said that the werewolf is
Okay,
like in the sewers or
straight
somewhere.
to the den. Got it.
No, but not to the den. She doesn't go underground. She just, remaining in the air with Cecil around.
Okay.
She'll basically. How deep are the sewers usually? How deep do they go? Like.
Yeah, it depends on the area, but usually there's like a solid chunk of soil between the streets and the sewers. The access is
what I mean,
basically
it doesn't.
a tube for a reason.
Well, what I mean is that it doesn't go. It like sewers don't go deeper than 1.5 kilometers, right?
No.
They don't go as deep.
No, you would have like.
'Cause-
It is within your fucking range. Come on. You can see like half the city at once. You can see that underground as well. Like it's fine. Sewers are included.
Yeah, no. So essentially, Iris would remain in the air, high enough that no werewolf can jump up there. No need to make themselves targets, right? And from there, with Olivia essentially minding her, she'd use the Way of Spirits, and along with perception shift, right? So that she could, see the, scan the area quickly, and.
Yeah. I think you find what you're looking for pretty easily. So scanning the general area, as unpleasant as it is, the most abundant type of spirit you can see in the sewers is water.
No, it's not that power. It's not that power.
No?
It's Way of Spirit. It's a Way of Spirit, which is a sphere of omniscience.
Okay.
The other power takes a while to cast.
In that case, basically what you're aware of at one point is that in a tunnel not too far from where this den is, you're aware of this Nosferatu who's traversing the sewers, holding what looks like a map of the sewer system. By his behavior, you can tell he's probably still quite young, or at least new to LA.
Okay.
And as you're aware of him and sort of, put him out of your mind to try and look for the creature, out of the water.
Wait,
hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Okay, fine.
Chill.
Okay,
Let me finish. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
As you're about to put it out of your mind, out of the water jumps this. Well, you're pretty aware of how large a werewolf is, but it's never something you're prepared for in terms of scale. This huge beast jumps out of the water where it should not be able to hide. It slams the Nosferatu against the wall of the sewer, tears into him, and proceeds to just hold him up with his maw open and just chugs down Vitae. Even bites into the Nosferatu at one point.
By the way,
and then
if the werewolf...
the Nosferatu just rots into ashes. And the werewolf jumps back in the water.
By the way, if the werewolf is in the water, right? Present. I should still be, I should still perceive him.
Well, that's the interesting part. As soon as he goes in the water, don't.
Hmm. Hmm. Could I see if my auspex can, detects any, obfuscation, whatever, or because I can use my auspex, but the question is whether he's just not noticeable or camouflage, or whether he's not in present
Well,
at all.
Can you use disciplines, like perception disciplines, through the way of spirit? I know you can use it if you use .5 of Auspex, but I don't know if Way of Spirit also allows it.
Let me double check. Well, to be fair, this power already defeats any type of obfuscate or similar effects.
Yeah, so you don't see him.
Was in the area.
So that must mean he's just not there.
He did whatever the thing that that other wolf did, appearing.
Seems like that's the case. Yeah.
And I do remember that Jasper was talking about, that his new garden location was allowing him, I guess, to merge underworld and the spirit world from that type. Or what did Jasper exactly tell me about it?
He's working on a project.
Well, he did show me.
He was connecting closer the Shadowlands to the Skinlands to the Umbra.
Uh-huh. So could it do I perceive any spirits in that area? A rock spirit, nature spirit, shit, even I don't know, any.
You can perceive spirits basically everywhere. The significance of those spirits is another question. Most of what you see is menial, to say the least.
Yeah, but from what Iris knows, the spirits also exist in that Umbra, right?
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps they'd be able to see if somebody, came in. Like the Talmahara.
Question is if they'd react.
Yeah, but what? It's not about reaction. More like, did they see?
Kind of hard to tell. They'd need to react for you to notice.
I'm gonna see if there's any bigger, more. Well, actually, any spirit here is already aware that I see. More like any bigger ones,
Not in the vicinity of where you saw this happen, no.
Well, which one seems to be the more aware one?
Hard to say. They're very menial. Most of the spirits you're seeing are spirits related to the the water current in the sewers, maybe some patches of earth and rock that are peeking through some of the dilapidated structures of this part of the sewer. But it's all menial stuff. It's not anything significant.
Well, I'm still gonna try and reach out to one of them. And just ask, hey, did you see anything cross over from, from the other side?
I think I have already established this at one point, but you don't really manage to get its attention per se, just by trying to communicate with it.
Fine, and I can't give them Viter from here, and I'm not going there, so... Right, I suppose I'll just dispel the Way of Spirit and let Olivia know that we're going back to library, and...
In the meantime...
Perhaps...
Jack, what you up to?
we got to the library, looking for the books.
Mm-hmm. So,
Praying to my gods that everything just goes up to the plan.
Particular info you'd like to look up?
Werewolves and Vitae, because
Mm-hmm.
there was a rumor mill about 90s when Sabbat in Chicago unleashed a bunch of fucking feral doggish on the prince.
So, let me say this: roll 3d10, and each of those dice represents a bit of knowledge that you might or might not have.
There you go.
Okay, so you do get that specific story, like a record of it, and you also get a book about some fringe experiments that were made on werewolves, and basically says that it's impossible for one to be embraced. But you catch sort of the line that it's impossible for one to be embraced, despite what the rumors say.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Any other information you'd like to look up?
Do I know about silver? For me personally, I don't know. Like, looking for whatever might help.
1d10, please.
Please land on the arbitrary number Miguel likes.
Nah, I'm doing 6 and above it this time. 'Cause usually I do odds and evens, but I'm doing 6 and above.
Yeah, that's why I said arbitrary number Miguel likes.
Look, if I don't pick it randomly, I don't keep you guys guessing, so... yeah, I don't find anything else that might be of use. Sorry. Anything...
Usually not many vampires survive the encounters with werewolves, so...
Yeah.
You know, not many people to tell the fucking story.
But you do get that story you mentioned, so... whatever you can infer from that, you are more than welcome to.
I can tell you that back in the 90s, some motherfucker managed to embrace a fucking werewolf.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't pretty.
It wasn't. Jasper.
Miguel,
Mm-hmm.
a question. Since we traveled there by wind, right?
Mm-hmm.
And would they have had already arrived in the library by the time I detected the wolf?
Probably, but let's handle the other actions first.
No. It's since you're going to Jasper. What I meant to say is that Iris would send Jasper a text before they left with Olivia back.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
let's see what Jasper does, and then we'll handle that. Okay. Jasper.
Okay, give me a second. So he would give a quick call to his chowder,
Mm-hmm.
since, well,
It
Jack drove to the library.
it doesn't just go to voicemail. You can tell by how quickly it went. She looked at the phone, saw who it was from, turned off denied the call.
Yeah. And so instead he looks into Iris's message and he will answer her.
All right, Iris, what is the message? So the people watching.
So Iris would have sent quite, short time after you arrived at the library, that she's on her way back, and she has found. On my way back, I have found the wolf, or perhaps its hunting method and area, but I'm fairly confident it is hiding in the Umbra, since it jumped a Nazi out of nowhere. And it's ambush, and it was not in the it was not in the Skinlands. I do remember. I suppose actually that's all she would say, because essentially she knows of Jasper's projects. And yeah.
Jasper would answer, he must be jumping between the Umbra and the Skinlands. He will need to have a mirrored surface, or, well, as you most likely know, a water surface would work. And, well, it would be difficult since only I can go into the Umbra, you guys can't. So we would definitely need, well, werewolf help if we want to get rid of that.
By the way, do you start sending that in small messages to Iris?
Yeah.
I mean, for convenience's sake, let's say you guys call.
No, Iris is traveling by wind. She can't. So here's the thing. If he sends the first part of the message, I'm fairly certain he's in the Umbra. He'll basically, after a bit, get a response, which says, automated response. Iris, relay message to pack members. It will be the...
Silence of the blood.
Iris's...
What's that?
No, it will be... Well, first of all, we have the secure OS. Second, Iris just had the tech spirit, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Just do it.
All right.
So Jasper would look to Jack and Abel and says, so she found the wolf. Its hunting tactics seem to be jumping from the Umbra into the Skillens and, well, devouring his prey. Unfortunately for us, only I can go to the Umbra. So that would mean we would definitely need werewolf help, at least. Because I, for one, can guarantee you that I am not sure that I can, well, fight a werewolf alone.
Does anyone, does Abel or Jack know what the Umbra is?
Jack might. My area of expertise is a bit closer to home, though.
I mean, Abel, I don't know if he does, but I think Jack and Abel are more informed about the Abyss than they are about the Umbra, specifically. But
Think I've heard any conversations about it.
In case you guys are wondering, Umbra is like the Shadowlands, but for natural spirits.
So not really Shadowlands.
No, what I'm interested in is like a realm, like the Shadowlands.
Yes, that.
That instead
However,
of having
however
grace,
the fuck you call a home you cannot access, you still cannot access it.
Well, not too long time passes until Iris and Olivia arrive.
For that, kind of need to know what Abel. When action
Yeah,
left, then we can do that. Abel?
Yes?
What do you do as the plan is being put in practice?
just to cover this, we are to procure weapons against the Black Spiral werewolves.
No,
No,
just
no.
a
Again,
ghoul slash possibly vampire werewolf. Not a biggie.
All right. Okay. Well, I was asked to contact Victoria, right?
no, you were told not to contact her yet.
Okay.
I will just then probably do some research onto this kind of a vampire werewolf hybrid.
Well, I can count that as you assisting Jack. In which case, roll a 1d10, please. I'll basically give Jack a reroll and tell both of you the results for.
May the dice roll on the side Miguel likes today. Shit.
You see that? This time you knew what the result was supposed to be.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I said may it land on the side you like. Fuck you.
Yeah, you look. You know what? I'll be nice this time. I'll say, odds get you something. So with with Abel's help, Jack, both you and him eventually find some records. Not directly connected to werewolves per se, not by name at least. But you find mentions of some creatures that the records refer to as whites. So the description.
No, wait,
It makes you think
whites are
vampires when they
zero humanity.
Yeah, when they lose all humanity and permanently frenzy.
Yeah.
But some of the records, either they are very exaggerated or the vampire this white used to be must have been a really, really, really big gangrel, like unreasonably so. So it kind of lends credence to, the potential that these things can actually be embraced. And then you start reading more into it, and apparently this white, despite being in frenzy, was able to jump into the Shadowlands, much like a necromancer does. You, being old enough, alongside Abel, both of you are old enough and experienced enough to know this, when you frenzy, you can't use disciplines that require mental effort, like magic. Necromancy would be inaccessible.
Do we know about werewolves' frenzy?
I mean, you're pretty sure werewolves can frenzy, but
yeah, their frenzy is fucking different, though.
You don't know
they are not
details
controlled
about
by
it.
Yeah, but like, presumably they're not controlled by the beast.
No, but if it's a question that arises,
Yeah.
I'll let you speculate.
So, yeah, like, there is I don't mind dying tonight. There is it's just plain stupid.
And I think at this point, yes, Iris
Yeah,
arrives.
the window is open.
Yep. The
Yeah,
sassy
when
clack of
she-
heels.
No,
Rings out
actually,
as-
when she first lands by the library door, remembers the mage Iris questioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
with whom she had less instructions for the other mages that to remove the thing. She doesn't know if that message is if that phone is still usable or not. But will her way of tech or her tech spirit see if the message got delivered to the number? I suppose she could call him.
Okay, well, calling him tells you that the phone number is no longer active.
Okay, then she'll do the first idea, and that is, I suppose she'll use the Breath of Whispers, right? The Way of Winds, to send a message that Borden's murderer was found and taken care of. No need to worry. Also, I told you so. And finally, but I would like if you could call me, message me. It seems Barton's Gould Lupine escaped. And is causing havoc. So yeah, it's like she'll basically just do that and, hope that the mage feels responsible enough. Maybe
and
to
hope you
contact her back.
shall.
Yeah, for now. Let's see. So she walks back in. Right then, did Jasper fill you in about where the wolf actually hides out?
No, not really.
So,
He
well...
tried to call someone and the rejection was very loud.
Listen, so I found the wolf in the sewers, or rather the moment when it attacked some young Nosferatu, okay? But the wolf itself wasn't in the sewers on this side of the veil. So I assume it's either something like Shadowlands, or most likely the spirit realm, or Umbra, Spirit Wilds, because that's exactly the same way the Black Spiral Dancer arrived at the location. He didn't sneak up on us, he just phased in. Which makes it all the more difficult, because, we'd either have to find a way to keep him on this side, but we definitely need some bait. And, yeah. I suppose some research is needed.
Well, that's here is what I found. A book about werewolves attacking vampires. Not like a book, more like some pages. One of which includes the chance that, werewolf might have been embraced. And the one on the crazy fucked up whites that shouldn't be doing white thingies.
Honestly, it didn't seem that this werewolf... Well, at least he didn't consume the blood like, a vampire would, but then what do we know about what turned werewolves, what they do? And I'd need another sighting to be able to see what, read the aura, I suppose. I did send a message to one of the mages, that one, who used to be allied with Borten. Perhaps they know a bit more about the wolf. But Jasper, so in your research about the Umbra, do you know how to travel there?
Oh, I
Or-
can travel easily there, but just me. I cannot
Okay.
bring you guys.
What about, do you know perhaps a way to block, the travel between? Is that perhaps something we could look into? Because
Would Jasper have gained any knowledge into blocking how to pass through the Umbra?
Well, how about you roll into cults? I'll account for the knowledge you know about, and depending on how many results you get, I'll tell you
Okay.
potential ways.
Into call. Alyssa.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Does
That's-
cultism apply?
Yep. Okay, so I don't think you need more successes than this. In fact, you got enough successes that I'll even give you a little tidbit about like a connection you might be able to make with the others, like with the information I give you. So first, obviously, counter magic is a thing, and using it to prevent someone from traveling through could work if what they're doing is magic, like it's a spell. If it's a natural occult ability, that doesn't work quite well. Another thing you can do to prevent it, necromancers need reflective surfaces to hop through. You don't know how the Talmahara actually travel the way they do because, well, you can't, like, you don't know a way to do it without a reflective surface to travel through. So if there are reflective surfaces where you're going to be fighting the creature, removing those surfaces should work. And then you start thinking, and it occurs to you that earlier tonight, when you met the spiral dancers, one of them just popped out of nowhere. If the werewolf can do that, you don't know if that can be blocked. Then again, what Iris said is that the werewolf travels by jumping in and out of the water.
which might have something to do with it, but might not.
Also, sewer water might have something to do with it.
Who knows?
It's literally
had-
half shit.
I had some theories. There might be a chance that if Jack uses counter magic, that he could block him jumping into the Umbra. Another thing we could do is dry up the sewers. Though it will probably have to be just one of us. Jasper says, looking at Iris.
Okay, I suppose I could use some way of the earth to make it so the water flows away, fine. But again, we did see that other wolf appear out, like he literally wasn't there, okay?
Yes.
So, and I definitely know he wasn't camouflaging because the way of spirit is immune to that type of, like obfuscate type of effects. So here's the thing. I don't know if the mages will reply, but I'll give it a bit of time and see if, see if they come in contact about this gold werewolf situation. Whether they do or not, there is one aspect of that werewolf's past which we definitely should check and, confirm whether he's a local wolf or not. If he's from the old world,
I could check by sending Wraiths into the forest to look for
or
his pack.
they do have connections with. I assume some of them are capable of talking with that. I was thinking more that I'm going to do my way of, how to say, divining where he comes from. And also I'll check whether it was good here or, basically like that part of this. Because if he's from somewhere else, then I suppose we could somehow relay that information to the wolves, send a spirit to tell them. But if he's one of them, well, it can certainly be a reason for the wolves to go on a fucking war against Bogdan and his previous allies.
Well, if they find out it was Bogdan, but the lab was destroyed, and I highly doubt the werewolf can answer them.
We don't know.
I'm pretty sure him ripping apart a Nosferatu and then jumping in and out like a predator shows that he is more animal than human right now.
What the dancer said is that that wolf, if it's truly gold, is just far more angry and rageful, like prone to frenzy-like state, than they are normally. But that doesn't mean he's like a white, okay? And truthfully, none of us know anything about what the werewolves are capable of doing with their magics and powers. So even if it's, who's to say they don't have a way to, heck, even purge the bond from the blood? Or at least temporarily grant some lucidity to find out how this happened, especially since this is supposed to be rather rare, unlikely.
Okay, then start doing your thing with the cards, I guess, then.
I'll do that back at the base, at the Haven. What you could do is you could use the library to research, find out some things. Check in with Victoria.
What I can tell you about the werewolves that I have researched before is their power seems to come from spirits, like us with Coldonism, except they do it with other spirits other than the elements.
Again, we don't know exactly what they can do.
As the old saying goes, I know that I don't know, hence, read.
And essentially, and what's more important, we don't know exactly. We have ways of waking the bond, removing supernatural influence, etc. We don't know shit that they are possible of doing. Which doesn't matter if he's from the old world, since Bogdan is dead. But if he's from their pack, we don't know if they'll be able to get info from him or from some spirit or whatever whatever their guardian spirits do or whatever, we don't know. And we literally don't want them coming after us, okay? So I'll head out now. Ask about maybe research into blocking travel between Skinlands and other realms, at least temporarily.
Just one more thing. Jasper, how was the cage destroyed?
Demolition humans. It all came falling down, and he fell into the sewers.
Maybe also, I don't know, try and go to the demolished area. I assume whatever prison he was kept in had a way of making sure it couldn't, travel between realms.
Well, we would have to go to the sewers. Very near
also-
where he,
I
like I
see.
said before, his cage fell into the sewers.
Oh, so it's there.
Hmm.
Well, okay, well, I suppose I could give the area another remote scouting and see if I find anything. But let's think about it. I'll be leaving now.
Jasper looks disappointed, like we are just walking in circles.
Yeah, go read a book.
All right. Well, with that delightful interaction, I think we can call the session. All of you do some homework and have some investigation, some deduction, research to do. We hope everyone enjoyed tonight's episode. Remember to like and subscribe in the respective platform. Check out the YouTube channel for past episodes. Check out the links below for some stuff we've been making, and we'll see you next week. Good night.
Why, fools?